of 64, men's championship singles. Table 1, our umpire is Clayton Pavlicek. From UMass, John McDermott. From Georgia Tech, Matthew Liu. On table 2, our official is Richard Martin. From California, Nathan Lee. From Texas, Jonathan Lee. Shake hands and let's get going.
Well, good morning, table tennis fans all over the world. We're back on our live stream for the 2023 College National Championships from Round Rock, Texas. Sports capital right here in this beautiful Round Rock Sports Center. You've got coming up here on table 1, John McDermott of UMass and Matthew Liu. Got a teammate with me here, been with me pretty much all weekend.
Hi, morning.
Matt Harrington.
I'm here physically. I hope to be here mentally. Maybe I can prepare myself while they're warming up. So this is a men's singles round of 64. Starting the singles, we've had the Collegiate Championship doubles on the first day. Yesterday we got through the team event. NYU looking pretty good so far. They took the men's doubles and the co-ed teams.
And they're going to have a strong shot at getting the men's championship too, with Jeremy Hazen leading the way on that front, as he did with both the doubles and the team. So we'll see how it goes. The singles are single elimination at this point. You know, you had to play group to get seeded, and I don't think either of these guys had an upset to move up. And I think it's going to be a pretty interesting situation. It's just
actually, I do know this. No, John McDermott had an upset to move down.
Oh.
But has actually ended up with
a better draw.
Possibly a better draw for him. This could be interesting. These guys have played each other before for sure, because they both used to play in the Friday Night League at Lily Yip's club when I was there. John McDermott is very unorthodox, very unpredictable. He's a really kind of the classic definition of an all-rounder. Sometimes he's fishing, sometimes he's lobbing, throwing in snake shots.
Yeah,
like just crazy chops out of nowhere.
Well, if you look at Matthew Liu, everything textbook. His stroke technique, swing, everything just right from the training hall. So sometimes it's good for people to kind of learn a little bit on their own and have their own kind of flavor through their game.
Yeah.
Because if everybody played the same, boy, it'd be boring.
Yeah, and his level, I mean, his tournament level, I think he got up into the mid 2300s. He's literally an uncoached player, John McDermott. Just found his own way and experimented and had some really good wins in tournaments.
We'll see if he can get it done now.
Of course, Matthew Liu, formerly national cadet team here in the U.S.
Yeah, proudly showing that with the shorts. Got the USA logo on the pant leg. Can't remember what year that color scheme was in. It's been a while.
But yeah, good to see him back. He's been away from the table for a couple of years. I think that's the great thing about college table tennis. I mean, there's a handful of great players here that, they went away for a couple of years while they're concentrating on getting into college.
Right.
And then this gives them the opportunity to come back to the sport.
Yeah, I've seen that drop from the juniors, around 16, 17 years old, where they really want to put all their time and energy into their academics, and it pulls them away from training. And so when they don't train, they don't want to play.
Yeah.
And respectfully understand that.
Nice 7 attack from Matthew Liu. This is a tough match for him to play first thing in the morning, because you really have to be on point from the beginning.
Now there you said that unorthodox kind of soft side spin lob.
Yeah. But it's, you know, if you miss a couple of those, or your positioning kind of falters a little bit, just fills your mind with doubt about whether or not you can hit easy shots and stuff.
Yeah. John had the 4-0 lead now. He's still up by 2.
Great no spin serve there. Short forehand. McDermott stands a little bit more off the backhand corner.
Yeah, he relies on his hands a lot right there. I always tell people you got to play with your feet first. And
I wish someone had told me that one. Just clips the back edge.
we've seen a lot of that, and the sportsmanship between the players is awesome because they all, give the guy the credit on those slight brushes. Nice backhand opening. Put a lot of pressure on John to deal with a nice ball. Like you said, he tried to do a kind of a little side bend.
Yeah, there's always something extra on the ball. Yeah. Look at that placement straight down the middle.
Yeah, the serve return was awkward, kind of a forehand kind of thing. You think it would be a backhand. He comes around and turns it around with the forehand. Here he did it again. Stepping way over.
Early, kind of, much earlier in the bounce. You can see him consciously changing the pace up.
Yeah, Matthew did a nice job staying on offense, changing his timing.
Matthew Liu looking pretty steady.
Yeah, it was nice. He kind of paused a second there before he went to the loop, and it actually stuck John on his feet because he goes earlier, it could go to his backhand.
Good leg work there on that first opening.
Again,
3 game points.
Interesting hands right there from John trying to touch the outside, the edge on the inside.
Great shot. This is the difficulty in playing someone like John. Look at that. Look at that kind of reactive chop.
And then a nice
straight
follow
into
finish.
it.
Yep.
Big opportunity there to close out the first game for Liu, but
John's still fighting. This is where you want to be if you're down 10. You want to be on serve at 9-10. Again, timing change.
Slow ball, yeah.
Out of the middle of a kind of a pacey rally.
And these last 2 points are kind of the core of John's game. Is that they just start to mess with your head. They just slowly grind away at you about why am I missing these forehands that seem to sit up, but can't get the timing right. There's another one.
Side spin chop block from the backhand to the middle of the table, and the spin actually turns the other way. Yeah, very complicated stuff.
Matthew Liu goes for the forehand. John McDermott takes game 1. Back from the depths there, 4 points in a row. And from a mental standpoint,
it's going to be tough
for Matthew Liu.
I was cruising along, and all of a sudden, a bucket of weird got thrown into the mix.
Yeah. But, he's got to go back to the bench and really, really reset, because once that starts to get in your head and you have somebody kind of fishing or giving you a slow ball and you start mistiming your forehand, you you start to doubt yourself a lot, and you don't position yourself quite right for a ball, or you don't move as quickly, and you kind of get sucked into being complacent. John's really good at sucking people into his pace.
Game. Yeah.
He brings them into his pace, and they slow down and start playing safe or a little bit tentative.
Yeah, if I was coaching Matthew, I would say, I don't care what you serve, just make it heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Every ball you touch, make it spinnier.
Yeah.
Because the spinnier it is, it's harder to do those little nuanced balls. The balls that are medium, then John can kind of have some options. If you make it real heavy, he doesn't have a chance to make it off spin.
And of course, the first thing is when you get those high ball, concentrate on positioning. Really get yourself in the best position.
Turn it down a little bit and hit your spots.
Because the ball's going to move a little bit. It's slow, but it'll move.
Yeah, he didn't give himself any window for that ball to move right there. He expected the ball here. He went right here. When the ball moved, he missed.
I think this is really like a
big chess game.
A problem area for table tennis players is how much time you think you have versus how much time you actually have.
That's crazy. He went a hard way to get that ball back, John did. Does it really then put a big stress on his footwork? Because that ball he was way over his backhand corner and opened up that wide for him.
Yeah, see, this is that kind of tentative with the body language. How do I miss that ball? How?
Yeah, he slapped himself in the face a little bit.
Yeah,
Either wake up.
Yeah.
Stay focused.
And for me, that's too much. Like, yes, unorthodox, but John's not going to put huge counterattacks down in the early parts of points. Like, this is how you get really thrown into the trap. Is okay, fine, I'm just going to hit through him.
Nope.
That's not the right strategy. You can see there's just a lot of now indecisiveness, a little tentativeness. This is like really John kind of weaving his web in this match.
Yeah, that was when nothing served. Overplayed. Nice spinny kick. Unanticipated.
Matthew Liu's out here wondering how he ended up in this position.
That doesn't help.
But this is this is where, you know, this is where the importance of the first game for him. Against someone like John, who's very unsettling to play against, you have to get that first game to kind of ease some of the pressure off you. And losing that first game and now being in this position is very difficult. And that one clipped the edge.
Yeah, this is where you're playing for the next game. This is a little bit too much to come back from.
Definitely very, very wild shots from Matthew.
Too loose.
So John McDermott really not looking under too much pressure and having a 2-0 lead here. He can just kind of
play his game,
kick back a little, and and keep on setting the pace.
Keeps keeping Austin weird, right in John's wheelhouse.
But yeah, you'll also notice if once those errors start creeping in, John's serving long quite a lot. So the pressure's always on you to make the first opening. It's always on you to make good follow-ups and get in position. And he's just kind of mid-distance off the table, just retrieving the ball.
Yeah, he's waiting to see what you do, and then just gives you something back you don't want.
And thoroughly enjoys himself while he's doing it. So this is he's having fun. There's a little bit of pressure for him to win, sure, but he loves the sport, really. So that helps him as well, just to not really care, you know, not feel the need to be really aggressive. He can just play the game that he wants to play.
See, I'd be serving more to the forehand side.
Yeah.
Because right
I would
now,
be.
he's serving more in the middle and kind of in the backhand. And John's not really struggling with that and able to touch it with his forehand like that. He just took all the pace out of it. Just slowed it down. Matt's back, waiting.
I mean, the thing for Matthew is that everything's quite telegraphed. You know, the serves are long most of the time. The serve returns come back long a lot of the time. But it's just those little
Wiggle
movements.
balls.
Yeah, just little movements, little deviations.
I saved that for Willie. Willie likes the wiggle ball. And John does a nice job with that. That ball turned quite a bit.
So
I think that's a good timeout.
yeah, he's pretty flustered out there. And again, like I said, horrible match to have first thing in the morning.
Yeah, your feet are really not moving as well as they will be later on today.
And you know, it's difficult. I think like one of the difficulties of playing someone like John, and I've played John probably like 7 or 8 times before. And the difficulty is when somebody plays at that pace and it's slow, it's very hard to be like hyper focused on all the small movements. So he sets a pace that almost makes you less focused, and then that's the trap.
Right. Yeah, it's really hard to like stay, you know, in your 2% focus range when there's so much
It's
time.
soft and yeah, there's time.
You got all this time, and it's easy for you to just let your focus drag wide open instead of getting back down tight into that small area.
Yeah, I mean Matthew, his 70 to 80% game is good enough. I think he's just come out here and been too aggressive on some of these shots. Just struggling to get himself where he needs to be. We haven't seen that since almost like the first or second point of the first game.
Right.
Big attack there from McDermott.
And it's random when he does it. Because before
very
he was
sporadic, yeah.
Yeah, he would have blocked that. Then a little side spin block there. Just to go ahead and back him up.
Yeah, tentative. Just it's
Not
almost
sure.
like an 85% commitment to the ball, not 100. I mean, he's got to play on these patterns. You serve long, or you serve a little bit topspin, and John comes in with these early off the bounce long pushes. You got a
Kicks
chance
out
to. You got to. Yeah. A lot of the time, you have the chance to make the first move.
Yep.
And that makes it even worse if you're losing.
Right.
Because, you know, you feel like
I've got to
you're
get great shots.
losing the points. It doesn't feel like the other person is really outplaying you, or he's really struggling.
Yeah, as strong as Matthew started, it's just kind of has faded away.
McDermott going on the attack here. I mean, the thing is, for a player with Matthew's skill level, it would only take a couple of small changes, and you know, I feel like he would be able to come right back into this, but he just hasn't been able to find his stride, and he's really struggling with those first openings.
Yeah, it's either too fast or not enough spin.
And 6 match points for John McDermott.
Very selective when he attacks, but they're well placed every time he attacks. Well, except for the one he did from the floor, but yeah.
And aces it to finish it.
Side
John
spin,
McDermott.
top spin, kick serve, right into the backhand, and literally right into that corner. It was very well done.
So starts off his day with a win. Goes into the round of 32.
He's waving hi to everybody.
Just, yeah, that really was a kind of set his trap, and Matthew Liu was very much in John McDermott's world in that match. It was didn't really see any comeback or any answers.
Yeah, there was no plan there. It was like, how do I get out of this? And he was worried more about survival than moving ahead. That's interesting right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of player levels, both of those guys are pretty similar levels. So that was very much a style matchup match. So first singles down. We're going to have a lot of singles matches here. This is the third day. Yeah, third.
The day for singles.
So the third day or fourth? It's the fourth day of competition, right?
Third day. Because when you're here 6 days, it kind of starts to blend together.
Yeah, third and final day of competition. Today we'll find out who the college singles champions are for 2023.
I'm joined here with
Angela Guan.
And I believe you were last year's women's champion, correct? But this year you decided to come back and become a volunteer.
Yeah, I'm volunteering and coaching University of Washington.
You're doing a lot this year.
I am. I just tried out camera crew as well, so I have so much respect for them now.
May I ask what brought you back?
I love NCTTA. I've been part of it as an athlete for 5 years. I watched it for almost 5 years, so I'd love to give back.
Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you are back and glad to have you on the volunteering force. But tell me, what's it like coming back as an alumni after, well, competing as an athlete to come back as a volunteer? How different does it feel?
It feels great to be back. People actually think I'm still playing.
To be fair, you were wearing, you were in gear.
Yeah, I'm like warming up people. It's very different, but it's great to be here.
University of Washington, correct?
Yeah, because I moved to Seattle for work.
Oh, that's right.
So I practice with the players there.
Do the Berkeley people miss you?
I miss Berkeley, so go Bears.
Fair enough, fair enough. What would you tell the people who are watching for, I guess, the people in Seattle and at University of Washington back home?
Like, what would I tell them?
Yeah, like if there's a message that you'd like to leave them.
The UW players are doing a great job, and go Huskies.
All right, looks like we got a rooting for two separate teams here, and let's hope, like, if they were competing, who would you root for?
Ooh, I'm registered as a University of Washington coach, so I'll probably be coaching.
Gotcha. You know, as a side note, this is kind of crazy. I think I remember you as a freshman coming in here. I did this like similar interview with you back then, like, 5 years ago?
Yeah,
like
2018.
Wow, that's crazy. That time really does fly. So I'm very proud of how much you've grown over the years, and like I said, look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thanks.
All right, our first round of women's championship singles are taking the courts now. Round of 32. On court one, our official is Steve Lee. From Virginia, G. Liu. From Columbia, Daniela Gano. On court two, our umpire is Linda Leaf. From Penn, Jiling Nin. From NYU, Anastasia Wong. Shake hands and get started.
Coming later?
Yes, he's right
Who
there.
will have a coach later because not here yet?
He's here.
He's here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's him? Okay. We have a red and a blue.
Okay.
You can choose one color now.
Blue.
Blue, so you have red.
I'd like to say thanks to the guys there. You got to see the webcam, or the net cam.
Serve, receive, or
Webcam, net
The
cam.
webcam.
Kind of looked like a web there in the corner.
they have a
So, Matt, we got some firepower coming out here. We were kind of thinking about this, and we're like, how did the 10 and 14 seed end up in this position? So one of them had to have had a loss, kind of in group stage.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be a pretty good match for a round of 32. These are both players you'd expect to be reaching the next round, but
I
only
have a
one of
little
them's gonna
insight
make
on that. I know it wasn't Daniela. I actually talked to her this morning
it.
because I was warming up with someone else, and they were in the same group. And she's mentioned that she, I won the group, but, she goes, I can't believe I got to play this early in the morning.
Well, unfortunately for her, this is going to be pretty tough for a round
Right
of
out the
32.
gate, yeah.
Jia Lu from Virginia.
I don't think that they qualified a women's team. So
Don't
this
believe
may
so.
be her only.
This is it.
Yeah.
Make or break. It's tough also because you're coming into a tournament where almost everybody else in the venue's played matches already for
Yeah.
1 or 2 days. And then if you're only playing singles,
You get a day of play, then you have a day off because the qualifying day was on Friday. So you play your group, and then you have to sit a day while we wrap up the team events. So it'd be beneficial if she could get a couple other players on her team, train them up, qualify, and come in with the team so you're fully prepared.
yeah, already the short pips backhand from Jia Lu.
So she's pretty traditional short pitch player, countering and
Yep.
blocking and countering. Because there is a number of world-class choppers who use short pips on the chopping, but you can kind of tell that that is not what she's doing.
No, that won't be happening. Maybe we'll get one if we're lucky. Just a stray backhand chop.
So the 2-minute warm-up time is over, and we're ready to get going.
And we saw Yano in the team event in doubles. Very energetic. She wants to start the match on the right,
On a clean
on the right
table.
foot. Yeah, fresh, clean table.
Get this stuff. Oh, so he wipes it right towards her feet. Come on, guys. Well, they did a little table preparation. Here we go.
It's a nice opening down the line for the first point. These are both very technically proficient players. Actually just saw Gia warming up on the tables behind us before this match. It's very nice, compact strokes, very linear technical game. That's a great setup. See the arc on that top spin loop on the first ball.
Yeah, I just got Daniela out of position. She was stuck in kind of half defense mode. Nice little roll into the backhand. It's one of the tricks when you're playing a short pips backhand player is don't give them too much. You want to be able to pressure that with them guessing what the spin is, not knowing that you've just really given them a heavy, pacey ball.
Great step around work.
There's the spin deadening of the short pips. All of a sudden you get a ball you have a little bit more time on. And
it's backed off the table. Yeah.
don't think we'll see her there very much.
I was wondering if the backhand chop might come in.
Well, you know, could have if Daniela would have went to the backhand. But
Great serve and attack. When Gia gets on those slightly higher balls and goes for the kill, odds of it coming back are pretty low.
there was her
That's
chop.
my backhand chop. I knew there was going to be one. Great net recovery there. So far, Gia Lu is looking pretty comfortable. Daniela Yano has a little bit of work to do to adjust here.
Yeah, she looks pretty uncomfortable with the serve return because it's all coming from the short pips. So she may see her move to the middle and serve back into the forehand, or possibly move way over to the forehand and serve again to the forehand side. We'll see what adjustments she makes. I mean, she's got, you know, she's not at the end game yet, but it's deep into it.
Great point.
Nice rhythm on those two shots, and then the quicker one to the wide forehand. If she can find that kind of rhythm, I think she'll be much happier with the way this match is going.
Good pace disruption from Lu, but Yano's starting to find a little bit more aggressive rhythm, especially on the forehand side.
That's an awkward little backhand. It didn't make it over the net. If it would have landed, it would have been really tricky. See, that's
Got
choices.
away a little bit there. I definitely thought she was going to go. That was quite high to be spinning the ball up on, but she gets enough topspin to just pull it right back down deep on the table. And again, just some great serving attacks here.
That's a tricky thing with this. With the short pips, you can go across it, brush it, make some spin, and then step around and finish with the forehand. But they're well-placed backhand straight up the line. Kind of cut out a little bit, too. So Daniela trying to figure out what the pips are doing. Talking to her teammate, trying to get a battle plan together.
Yeah, she certainly seemed uncomfortable, and not just the awkwardness of the bounce or the timing, but Jia Lu's placement is really fantastic. And you'll see her playing first ball to the backhand. Maybe the second ball's a little bit more into the middle or into the elbow, and then back to the backhand. Maybe one down the line. Yeah.
Like that one, she got Daniela to step around and open with that forehand, but then she just killed it right up the line with the pips.
So, yeah, pretty impressed with that first game from Jia Lu. Honestly, for Daniela, I think the target she needs to go after is the forehand push receive. I think out of all the shots that might have shown a little bit of weakness,
was the
forehand push receive from Jia is just a little bit on the slower side. So,
again, positioning. Great stretch of the court. Getting into the middle and then going wide to the forehand.
Good spin. And remember, with short pips, getting the ball as deep as you can on the table is important. So heavy topspin and good depth on that first shot to the pips.
Well, just kind of a little blocky ball there from Daniela, and Lu actually overspun that.
Yeah, look at those changes in placement from Jia Lu.
Yeah, definitely be serving more to the forehand and trying to open more into the forehand side. Her teammate gave her some good advice. Keep pressuring the forehand elbow side.
Good spin. Yeah, and remember also, if somebody's attacking with short pips and they have the upper hand, they can apply so much more pressure. Whereas if they're, wow, that was a great angle. If they're reacting with the pips, so if you're playing quick into the pips and they're not ready for it, it generally produces much weaker ball. So there's a big difference in the balance on the table of how the short pips plays. Daniela Yano is
reacting and just holding her ground. Trapped her, got her in the middle. Really good positioning.
Definitely see more disruptions in timing from Yano. So timing errors from Lu's side have been a little more.
Yeah, she sees that gap and she's trying to rush to make up the difference, and she just needs to keep being steady like she was in the first game. That's so hard when someone rolls open with the short pips because you don't know what's really there.
There's the forehand push side. I think it's almost like she tends to take the ball almost in line with her body instead of being body weight forward, so it does pop up a little bit.
Just like that loop did. Again, she was kind of late back into her hip, lifted it up and out. Nice backhand open.
So starting to see some more momentum build and confidence from Daniela Llano.
Yeah, you can see she's running. She's feeling it. So she wants to keep that flow going. She's in a good state of mind now. That was a big switch on the result there. So I had a little insider information because yesterday I made a comment about Daniela having the best shoes of the weekend, and I asked her where she actually got them from, and she was like, "Oh, from Japan." And I'm like, "Llano, is it a Japanese name?" And she's like, "Yes, but I'm from Brazil." She goes, "Do you speak Portuguese?" I'm like, "No, absolutely not."
No? Come on.
It's not been on my travel itinerary, so I haven't brushed up on any Portuguese.
I would love to go to Portugal. That'd be great.
Portugal?
And Brazil.
So if you're trying to find a pair of pink Mizunos, get online in Japan.
eBay.
eBay Japan.
All right, 1 game each. Big battle here. 14 seed versus 10. Early matchup in the round of 32. Jia Lu gets off the starting blocks. She has very, very good and steady transitions. When she's the one setting the pace and attacking, the switch between backhand and forehand is really smooth.
Let's see if Daniela can change it up, break that rhythm. I think that's what she did well in that second game.
And you can see Llano's almost trying to force Jia Lu to be the one opening up on the backhand side. She's trying to push heavy into the pips and then get the upper hand in the rally.
That's an interesting, slightly dangerous strategy, spinning it up that much into the pips. Because it should be rather textbook kill from there.
She's also getting some good forehand corner placement, Llano.
Yeah, Luci's getting kind of stuck in that backhand court, and it leaves the wide forehand open.
Great.
But she wants to
angle
hit
work.
that shot.
Yeah.
That's why she's like trying to keep her hips inside the backhand court, not getting her outside that center line.
Great connect between those shots.
And she didn't try to overdo it either. That was I think the critical thing.
A hazardous serve there.
Yeah, I was surprised it went in. It came off the back edge. That's why it popped up.
Good adjustment there. It's good placement from Llano right into the body, but
She didn't commit to the last shot. Whether her feet weren't quite set or her hands weren't quite ready, she's a little too soft.
just slightly rushed there.
Oh, that was a better placement. The first high topspin that she did was actually right into the backhand zone. That was much more into the middle.
Very smooth. Very smooth. Once she gets into the rally, you can see
yeah.
she's very in control of where the ball's going.
Yeah, it's like 75, 80% all the time.
Yep. So 5 game points here for Jia Lu from Virginia. To go up 2-1. She won't get the first. Yano having more success again, going out to that forehand corner.
Overcooked that one. It was a good idea because getting it back out onto the forehand side where she's more comfortable. The speedy shots coming off, the short pips are really giving Daniela some uncomfortable moments. She either overlifts or doesn't lift enough or puts the ball back safe and it gets punched wide to her wide backhand. And Jia Lu really, in her games, I mean, big point spreads. She starts out with a good solid rhythm. She stays on that tempo. Those are the games that she's going to win.
Yeah. I think we definitely saw in that game she had a much higher percentage of winning if it went to a rally. If it went to a topspin rally, she just has, look at these changes in placement and the wide angle with the backhand. And then of course you mix in the fact that she has the short pips on the backhand. There's a lot of elements going on, but very well controlled that game from Jia Lu.
A little quick on the timing there. Kind of a wishful flip on that ball. It wasn't quite enough on it. Nice block. Good positioning with her feet. Just blocked it straight into the body. Kind of almost like a little, I don't want to say chop block, but she forced down onto the ball.
A little backspin on it maybe, yeah.
I expected Daniela to swing on the second ball to the forehand, and she just kind of countered it back. Maybe wasn't quite set with her feet. A little too quick to her.
I think what has surprised me the most is that Daniela's continued to serve across the middle and towards the backhand. You can see there, oh, okay, there's a nice short drop. But, you know, maybe like a couple of half-long serves short to the like a little bit shorter to the forehand. I would expect her to play more. I mean, if you have somebody who's really comfortable pressuring on the short pips backhand, get them away from it first.
Yeah, because when she gets in that zone, you're in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, if she sets her body weight on that backhand corner, it's very difficult to try and get her off balance again. And also, you know, a lot of the points that we've seen Daniela winning were balls that were played to the forehand corner.
Correct.
So even returning serve with a long push out to the forehand corner first.
Yeah, because it gets the angle you want to play.
Yeah, and you know, Gia's not going to play a crazy third ball attack. She might play like a little bit higher arcing, slower loop. Or, you know, maybe, I don't doubt she would push the ball back, but I think if Daniela Yano wants to make some more ground here, I would expect her to try and play more to the forehand side, especially on serve and receive.
Yeah, or going wider and shorter to the forehand instead of just kind of into the middle zones. I mean, it's riskier because she can get out there if she's quick enough to get out and just kind of side brush the pips against it, but it moves her out of her favorite spot.
So a little bit of
fade.
One-way traffic here in this game in the last.
Jia Liu got surprised by an easy ball. Jumped up on her. She wasn't quite ready for that.
You can see a lot more variance in her serve placement.
Right, yeah. She's been doing a lot of mixed up. You know, there's no set patterns to her placements.
And straight into the body.
That came from the serve, straight down the line, straight up the middle, and went straight back up the middle. So be careful.
So 6 match points here for Jia Liu from Virginia.
Let's see if she does a set piece here. Oh, she just tried to come out and finish that ball. I would look for her to do a backhand, serve into the backhand, open with the pips, and then go up the forehand line.
Keeps it steady.
Yep.
So the 14 seed, Jia Liu, will advance to the last 16 of the Women's Championship singles. 3 games to 1 over the 10 seed, Daniela Llano from Colombia.
Via Brazil.
Very tidy match from Lugia, I thought. Technically, tactically, very sound, very steady.
She resisted the urge to get into an all-out forehand war and stayed into the kind of controlled backhand play. And the variation from the pips is disruptive enough to get her the win. So Daniela can go on and cheer on her Columbia teammates, because there's a couple more I think that did qualify in the singles. Very much a team player. They all dressed last night at the banquet in pretty much the same black outfits. Very cohesive unit there. That's what you'd like to see with the team. You know, even coming here this morning, they were all practicing on the joining courts. You know, and they talked the whole time between each other during warm-ups. So it helps build your confidence when you're even warming up. You know, you've got a lot of positivity. You know, whereas like when we travel, Matt, when we're playing, it's like me and who.
Yeah, and I dressed like crap for the banquet, so you know that stands me out again on all levels. So it looks like the next match up here on table 1 will be Kai Zarabin from UCLA against Lucas Ito from Texas Wesleyan. So we'll be back with that in just a few moments here at the College Table Tennis Championships in Round Rock.
Simont.
Simon, how long have you been with NCTTA?
Since 2003, 20 years now.
20 years. That's a long time. How have you seen it grown over the years?
Quality of players, number of schools, the infrastructure as well, the tournament itself. I mean, we've gone from a basement with 6 tables to pretty much now like a 5-star quality tournament.
That's a big difference.
It is a huge difference.
Have you seen level of play?
Level play has gone up quite a bit. 20 years ago, a team rated average 2,000 would be favored to win the whole thing. Now that team probably can't even make to nationals.
That's crazy.
It is insane.
That's actually really crazy to think about it. But have you seen this particular tournament itself, like this for 23?
I would say there's a lot of balance, not really.
Matches over here.
Oh yeah, some great matches here. I mean, I'm watching the Harvard-Texas Wesleyan match, very evenly matched, 2,500 players going at it right now. Yep. Yep.
Well, enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, on the court we have men's championship singles round of 32. Our umpire Jorge Venegas from UCLA, Kai Zaribi. From Texas Wesleyan, Lucas Ito. Shake hands and start your play.
Lucas Karim, good morning. So who want to choose, black, red? Black. Same serve. Serve. Side. Okay. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, Matt, we're back with a round of 32 match, which, just to give everybody an idea here, this is mid 2400 level versus mid 2350 level, and that's only the round of 32.
Round of 32 is tough. The 1 year that I played college season, that's where I got knocked out. Round of 32. So there's strong caliber all the way back to not
Got
the
knocked
other
out.
players, the ones that knocked me out. They're the strong players. No, there's a really good standard all the way back to even the first rounds of the singles.
So this is going to be interesting.
That was commentator's curse right there. First serve goes long off the end of the table.
Yeah,
From
just as soon as it's
Lucas.
interesting.
It's going to be
and
interesting.
whoops. And right there's why it's interesting. Lucas, modern defender, and mixes up where his defensive placements are.
Always good to see a clash of attack and defense.
Strong spin from Kai.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that as well.
Quite a number of choppers actually out in the Bay Area now. So he may get some good practice with those groups.
Well, of course, he has the benefit of having his own teammate, Alexander Wu, sitting over on his bench. One of the better defensive players through the junior years here in the US. A couple of years ago.
Let's go!
And we know from the team matches yesterday that Lucas Ito likes to get pretty pumped up.
He's very loud and proud.
Usually the more pumped up he gets, the more we'll see him attacking and looking for forehands. So could be some fireworks here in this match.
Oh, nice placement in the middle. Kept it short in the middle. Not a lot of room to work.
Big swing on the forehand there.
Yeah, and he does like a side spin attack. So the loop is actually curling across in front of Kai. So it's kind of hard to find the right position to counter loop that ball.
Great defending on the first ball, but Zarabin pretty on top of things for the second.
Yeah, if you looked at the position, it was right in the body, so he couldn't take a long swing with the pips.
Great play from both players, but Ito, no stranger to being backed off the table, playing these longer, more drawn-out topspin counters. Bit late on the timing there from Zarabin.
Yeah, he shouldn't have any problems with the power. You just got to be careful when he uses it. He's got to be using the spin more than the power right now.
Let's go!
Risky on the serve receive. And Lucas Ito in previous matches was able to win a decent number of points straight off the serve. He's got a heavier backspin serve from the backhand side. 6 game points to start things off here. Lucas Ito from Texas Wesleyan.
A little ambitious with the forehand counter there.
And Ito taking game 1 here.
No, and that's from a modern defender's standpoint, that's excellent. Because usually the defenders take like a game to kind of field the ball from the attacker, and there he gets that first game right off the bat. now he's in, longer the match goes, the more comfortable that the defenders are with the attack, dealing with that, the attacking player.
Yeah, I think Kai needs to come back out and just really focus on rolling the ball up, playing topspin.
Yeah, serving wide to the forehand, kind of not so spinny, make Ito do something against almost no spin. Because it's easy when the ball's spinning to add or, negate it. But when the ball's kind of half spin, it opens a little bit different window.
Yeah, if I were Kai, I think in the first half of this game, I would be really pressing the defensive side. Even if he's rolling through 5 or 6 shots, he's got to get a feel for the defense. So it's like you said for Lucas, but the other way around. Kai needs to get a feel for how much weight transfer he needs, what kind of preparation he needs to spin through these shots. Because, defensive players, very different from each other. Someone like Alex Wu, he probably plays with a little bit more often, is a very different defender from someone like Lucas Ito. There's different timings, different amounts of spins, different actions on the chopping strokes. So, yeah, Kai has a little bit of, I guess, discovery to do himself as well. That's a steadier look. You can see when the chop comes in, Kai's a little bit too much over the ball. He really needs to drop the body weight down, get under the ball, drive it up more from underneath the ball contact.
Yeah, it's a pretty classical position there on that chop, down near the floor. And if you saw the ball hit the floor on Kai's side, it actually rolled laterally. It did not check up and go backwards. It went sideways. So a little variation on how much underspin versus how much side spins on the ball.
And we're almost seeing kind of a repeat of our first match here on table 1, where you have two players that are, Kai Zarabin clearly skilled enough. There's a better play from him. Clearly skilled enough, clearly experienced enough to have some control here in this match. But again, the style matchup, those little doubts and unforced errors that are affecting his confidence. Ito backed off the table. Amazing chop there.
It's just crazy how much side spin he uses on that chop, because it makes it difficult to just push it back. You have to actually keep your hand moving. You can't stop at the ball.
Oh, really going for broke on that one. Bold move. I like that though.
Trapped, though. He was trapped. He couldn't get quite there to chop it, so he was like, well, let's attack.
So Kai Zarabin moves to within a 1-point deficit. You can see him trying to go after that forehand a little bit more. Being a taller player, Kai's generally very comfortable playing over the table against topspin, so countering over the top of the ball. And he will take the lead here in game 2.
Yeah, much more comfortable. And you can even tell in his body movement. Like he needed to kind of loosen up a little bit.
Needs to dial back some of the risk on shots like that. It's generally not too difficult to put a defensive player back into defending mode. So I think that idea of trying to hit through.
Yeah, Lucas did a nice job after that really wide-angled return to spin the ball across the table in front of him. Like you said, I would have liked to see him just kind of just roll through that ball instead of trying to rip it.
And that really threw him off. So Ito taking the lead straight back.
He goes back to the forehand side. Went straight into the long pitch.
Great attacking from Kai Zarabin. When his forehand play is going in, he gets really good power into the ball.
His positioning, wide and in the middle, right at his feet, makes it difficult to play a heavy chop there.
There's the counter.
Right off the top. Nice and relaxed, though. It was right in his middle of his swing. I didn't try to overpower it, just good time.
So getting to a pretty important stage here of game 2. Both players tied at 8. Lucas Ito from Texas Wesleyan, defender in the gray, already with the first game in this best of 5 round of 32 men's championship singles match in hand.
And 2 critical points right here for Kai.
Extremely well played.
Taking full advantage of his reach there, because that ball's short. If you reach at it at all, you're not going to make it. He got really good positioning with his feet to be able to finish that point.
And he'll set himself up with 2 game points. He's definitely starting to find some more comfort in his attacking game.
Yeah, and if you notice, the second loop went right tight to the elbow. Smart play. Unnecessary risk again.
At this point, he knows that he needs to close this game out. So, to me, that was kind of a little bit off the cuff. And Ito taking a dive to try and get to that ball.
Full commitment.
Full commitment. Kai Zarabin, 11 points to 9, a very tightly contested second game there. Lots of small point margin back and forths, but
Kai looking much more relaxed.
Much more relaxed, and his weight transfer is definitely, the timing's coming through a bit better, and you can see the connection there through the hips, the core. He's getting a lot more weight engagement in his forehand strokes. So we'll see if he can come back and start the third game with that same momentum.
Yeah, now it's best of 3.
Yeah, from here on out.
From here on out. Yeah, but I would rather play a best of 3 than have to win 3 in a row. I mean, if you're down
Nobody
2.
wants to try and win 3 in a row, unless
it's
he's starting from 0-0,
0-0,
and then I'll take 3 in a row.
We all take that.
Yeah. So Zarabin heading back. Lucas Ito in the tough spot of how you...
What do you change?
Yeah, what do you change to try and negate some of that power? And I think even like his wider placements into the backhand, Zarabin's step around, playing such a crazy wide angle. So much power. Certainly getting pumped up and getting the first point on the board is going to help for the Wesleyan player. Double net break from both sides. I must say, Ito's defending back from the table against some of the bigger forehands from Kai has been pretty impressive through game 2, so there's certainly still some comfort for him on the defensive side.
Yeah, it looks like Kai's seeing the ball better. You know, he's really making good contact positions, moving his feet well.
Let's go, let's go.
Right on the end line. Really good placement. That's tricky. How do you chop that ball? You know, coming off the banana, it's kind of more side spin than a top spin.
Fantastic counter from Ito.
Yeah, he does a great job of stepping through on his forehand side.
Yeah, if he's not too far back, if he gets that first step in a little bit closer to the table, then he connects with the ball a little bit higher in the bounce. Usually when he leaves it later, it's when he starts having more issues, but beautiful forehand counter. Zarabin moving to serve from the middle.
Yeah, I find that interesting. Typically that ball is served more to the forehand side. He chose to go slightly into the backhand with that serve. Oh, straight up,
clean.
nice shot.
Clean contact. We have seen throughout this match that Zarabin prefers to go for a lot of high toss serves to try and add some deviation. That's going to help him a lot against someone like Ito, especially if he's serving to the forehand, just to get those extra bits of side spin kick or ball movement.
Come on, Lucas. Let's go.
Pumps himself up and goes in for the
Yeah.
serve and attack.
It wasn't a psychological ploy. He fully committed. I've seen players go, come on, let's go, and then serve nothing.
Look at that body placement.
I think that's been the key for Kai right now, is kind of half loose balls. He's putting more drive into the body.
Gives one right back. Much like the second game, it's very point for point here in the third.
I mean, really, at this point, it's still wide open. There's no clear advantage on either side.
The opportunity was there, but
There's too much drive there. That big curving chop back actually just slowed it down enough for Kai to really get his timing on it. He's staying on track onto the body.
good adjustment on the height of that ball as well.
Yeah, if Lucas wants to do a forehand now, he's got to step the full way around to commit. That's a tough chop to get back with that much power on the ball. Good use of his body. Kai opens up a small window.
And again, just not quite dropping the racket. He's really looking to try and drive through the ball, but it's enough backspin to make that difficult for him.
Yeah, he really wanted to be serving from 10-8. That's why he was pressuring so much those two balls, because now it's his serve. He should be serving 10-8 instead of 9-9 in his mind.
Putting in the effort, sets himself up with a game point.
See if he can take advantage on serve and game point.
Just gonna wipe some sweat from the table there. Always
Yeah.
hard work playing against the defender.
Well, it's interesting because sometimes the players want the umpire to do it because it slows the game down a little. Kai wants to stay in rhythm.
And he'll take game 3 straight off the serve.
Maybe that wiping off the sweat gave him just enough time to really do a good plan.
But you can see there still very tight margins in games 2 and 3. 11 points to 9 for Kai Zarabin. He's started to do just enough to take advantage here, but I think there are still a few, I guess, shot selection errors that, you know, sometimes. I think one thing that we haven't really seen from Kai is when he starts putting the power pressure on, he tries to compound off it. You never see him come back to slowing down and spinning against the defensive side. So, you know, sometimes if you get a ball that's a little bit awkward and you've just had a really powerful shot, you can reset and try again. I think sometimes he sees the opportunity and he feels like he has to take it straight away. But
Yeah, there's offensive control, and that just, you know, can be placement. Doesn't have to be power. And I think a little bit, though, I think Kai may be a little bit hesitant to slow it down because he's seeing Lucas step around balls and counter loop those balls with, you know, really a crazy side spin loop.
so interesting to see with this match also that we're in a round of 32, but Lucas Ito is the 19 seed, Kai Zarabin the 7. So for Kai, Lucas is one of the tougher draws that he could pull for the last 32.
Yeah, the level is crazy. I mean, it's just so strong.
So Lucas Ito off to a fantastic start here in the 4th game. 4-0 lead.
I hadn't actually noticed that before, but Lucas actually twiddled and chopped that ball with his inverted side.
Even a small handful of these points for Ito are sometimes enough to just shift the balance in the match.
Yeah, it's tough. It's been so tight to, you know, get down by 4 points. It's a long way to come back, but man, Kai has the tools to just kind of settle in and keep the pressure on. Nice drop placement. Kind of used the table as his friend there. He was
risk,
ready.
big reward.
Yeah, he was ready for the counterattack. He stayed right on the top of the table. As soon as the ball hit, he was swinging through it. Yeah, I said firepower. He doesn't lack that.
Excellent play. Yeah, I mean, if you put Kai at the strength of his firepower against the defense of Ito, I'd have to say I would pick Kai confidently every time. It's more about maintaining it and being consistent at that level. So, this is the problem point.
Yeah, that kind of in between.
Sometimes it's the simple things that can.
It's funny because Kai gave him his own stuff back.
It's a very risky. It's the second time we've seen him try and do that in this match. Let's go for
Yeah,
that.
but he's reeled it into a 2-point deficit. There he could have gotten even right there. And just got a little off balance when he went to do the backhand return. Wow.
No spin serve.
Yeah, he'd been serving everything so heavy that there's a great variation right there. Again, staying within that two-point cap.
Just really didn't put too much energy into that.
Yeah, and he
shot.
didn't really watch the contact because the ball was off axis. He tried to play straight on the line.
He'll miss that ball, and Lucas Ito will tie things up at 2 games each.
Yeah, he's such a big guy. Kai almost stepped on the monitor. And he stepped around there. His other foot, when he went to balance, was like right in front of it. Right there. It was just a few inches from that monitor, so he turned and looked at it. And we have big courts here. Not only in length, but in width. So I was helping out one of the players with a little warm-up this morning, and I was getting tired from chasing the balls back from the pair.
So the 2 games 1 and 4 for Lucas Ito have been quite clear cut. The ones for Kai have been pretty close. So it's almost a tale of 2 different players here.
Right, and it's a risk-reward kind of situation where when Kai's taking some moderate risks, he's getting rewarded. When he goes high risk, it's hurting him.
I think
that would have been a good point for Kai to win.
if that ball had gone, yeah. I think for Kai it's about kind of managing those fluctuations of overplaying and underplaying to try and average that middle zone where he plays his best. But you can see already these first 2 points is kind of mixes of being overly passive and overly aggressive. It's going to force a timeout. Ito repeating the same start as the last game.
Yeah, and I think Kai needs this for his reset on his mental side, because he didn't play the first 2 points poorly, but missing the serve just shows you how tight he is. Which, hey, he's under a lot of pressure. I mean, Ito's not giving him any breathing room, really. Especially the way Ito played that fourth game.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell that he's quite content to just keep playing his game. We haven't really seen anything significant changing for him. And he's actually generally, even though he's been winning quite clearly, he's been much quieter than, he really tried to get himself pumped up in the beginning. But I think he's kind of settled now into a pattern where he knows if he plays at this kind of relaxed, a little bit more on the defensive side than the attacking side, take his opportunities when he can. But I think he's got a sense that he can force a lot more errors from Zarabin.
Playing that middle game.
It's pushed way back off the corner this time. Kai Zarabin really needing to make some moves here after the timeout.
Yeah, whatever him and his teammate talked about, he was able to execute it. And I think it helps him mentally knowing that, hey, I used my timeout and it worked in my favor. Let's go. Let's put a couple more together. And
strong play there. Takes a big risk, mainly the backhand banana flick from that far onto the forehand corner is pretty risky. Shows you the level of commitment he's willing to put in for a point. Still trails by 2.
I think he's really got to be frustrated with himself on the serve return side. And there's a couple of those that he's kind of let get away because they were shaky long serves.
You can see once he gets going and he builds up that momentum, and
yeah, like you said, he stays right there at the table and is attacking those balls right where they're supposed to be. Almost exactly shoulder high for him.
you can see a lot of those shots that he's missing. There's just a slight disconnect in the weight transfer.
Yeah, and that results in just a little bit off spin. A little bit more drive happens than spin. So that's why you'll see the ball just creasing the top of the net. A little bit more arc. It's clearing it and landing deep.
And Zarabin hands an opportunity there for Lucas Eto. They're going to switch sides. Oh.
So Matt got confused.
He was
out there wiping the table down.
I thought it just switched to 5, but the point switch was a little late. So
nice positioning. Again, this is that critical time where you're in the middle of the game. This is where you should make your move to get in control.
yeah, I mean,
That was the first time he did that. That was smart because Lucas was stepping back expecting him to open, and he didn't.
and Zarabin draws it up at 6-all. I was going to say, this is kind of make or break. Like, if Kai Zarabin's got to make a move, it really has to be now. And
Texas Wesleyan coach calls a timeout. Doru? Gregory?
so really, still anybody's game here. It's
Oh,
been
yeah.
so many ups and downs and backs and forths, and to get us here to this 5th
Yeah,
game.
neither has really kind of stamped their foot down and taken control. a defender, that's kind of tricky to do. You know, because you're always playing off of whatever your opponent gives you as far as spin quality goes. And, you know, unless you're going to force the spin, you know, the defender's reacting to most balls.
There's that backhand flick from the forehand corner again. A very risky serve return, but pays off. Big attack from Eto. He also knows he's got to make some moves here now.
Yeah, I think he would have been content to chop that earlier in the match. But there he felt the need, he had to do it, and he did it.
Big counter. Starting to show some more visible body language, positive reinforcement.
Surprised we didn't get a big yell on that one. Like you said, when he starts playing more offensive forehand game, that's when he starts pumping himself up more.
Puts that in the bottom of the net.
I think he predetermined how hard he was going to loop that before the ball got there.
He spent 3 match points. There's the more vocal reinforcement from Lucas Eto. Zarabin's not done yet.
Very well done. Very well done on the return. He'd been struggling with that off-axis serve and kind of got himself in a better position with his feet to control it. I think Lucas was looking for a little bit of a loose ball and was wanting to finish it with a big forehand.
And Zarabin saves another match point, closes to within 1. Has the advantage of holding the serve here. Nice going roll. For it. Knew he had to go for it.
Yeah, he'd already stepped back too far. And Kai rolled that ball in, so it stopped. It didn't accelerate out. Here we are.
And Zarabin comes across again with that backhand flick. Not giving very much speed, so
yeah,
difficult for Lucas to chop. And he came all the way across onto his forehand corner as well. They kind of mirrored each other. Eto hanging in there.
We looked over to the sidelines where we have a gathering of Texas Wesleyan players cheering them on.
Both players have had match points now, so it's about as close as it gets. For the first time in the whole match, really, we're seeing Zarabin
getting vocal.
Yeah, trying to pump himself up to get over the finish line here.
Oh, I'd love to see a fast serve wide to the forehand. Oh.
gamesmanship there. Ito seeing opportunity. Zarabin not too happy with that response to his miss serve. He's going to put it through it. So another match point for Kai Zarabin.
I like how much time he's taking right here. Really clearing his head.
Full commitment. Both players very dedicated to their point structures, point tactics. Got straight around for the step around. Ito forces an error. We have another match point. The pressure's on Zarabin's serve here to keep him alive in the match. And he serves float.
Good strategy. It's twice he's used that serve and got the exact same result.
And under so much pressure, when there's that little bit of grip tightness and pressure starting to come in, it's extra effective. Ito.
Totally ready. Fully committed too.
Knew as soon as that ball was dropped.
Yeah. But if Guy would have blocked that back, there was no way he could have recovered. He was fully over the table.
And it clips the corner of the table. That's going to be a difficult loss to process for Kai Zarabin. He had everything under control there. The high ball.
Just drifted in on that edge. Couldn't ask for a more exciting match. Hey, it's only,
round of
10:45.
Yeah.
Round of 32.
So
yikes.
Just a really crazy back and forth match there between both players. Towards the end, they really put everything on the line. A little bit of an unfortunate situation there for Kai Zarabin, but Lucas Ito brings it home. The 19 seed from Texas Wesleyan will go through to the last 16 of this 2023 men's championship.
Matt, I'm
singles.
absolutely shocked. Another 5-gamer?
Of course,
this is the court,
it's us.
It has to. You have to play 5 here when you come to court 1. Whether it's a team tie or here into the men's singles. I think we're going to shift over. No, we're still into. Yeah, we're shifting over to the women's singles right now. Ivy Lau and Jai-Chi Lin from Texas Wesleyan getting ready to come out. So we'll be right back with the action from the 2023 National Championships here in Round Rock, Texas.
wants to receive, who wants to decide.
From a men's firepower match to a women's singles round of 16, Texas Wesleyan versus UBC, and it's not going to slow down at all during this whole match. This is going to be one of those keep up if you can matches. Jai Chi Lin and Ivy Lau. I think the UBC team has done a good job of adjusting to the time zone changes and getting up bright and early. They were here before, right about 8 o'clock to get some court time, get prepared for the day's singles matches that are going on around the gym here at the Round Rock Sports Center. I'd like to thank DHS for providing our center courts and tables and balls, and you know, the guys over at Major League Table Tennis for stepping in, and same with Pong Space as sponsors this year. And of course, all of the support that the entire staffing structure of volunteers at NCTTA, the energy they put forth as volunteers is amazing. We filled the entire bleacher section yesterday for our picture of the event staff, and it just shows, you know, how much passion all of us as volunteers give back into the sport. So we'd like to honor the athletes as much as we can, and we're getting ready to go here on court 1. So how you feeling about this one? Any pre-game suggestions here?
Suggestions?
Anything to look for, I guess, would be the kind of thing.
I think out of the two of them, Jachi is the one who's very stable. So she's used to playing long rallies. She does have a very good inside-out forehand. So we saw Ivy play yesterday, and she's had some good results in the co-ed teams. Usually pretty consistent on her first opening, able to connect her shots together. But Jachi Lin is she can get some pretty good rallies going and return a lot of balls into play.
And she's super fast, so there's going to be a hard time getting around her.
A little bit slow off the blocks for Lin. Now taking full advantage here.
Well, it wouldn't really be nerves at this point, just kind of trying to feel her way into the match, as she's been out here a number of times already this weekend.
So, big point gap between these players, but as I said, Ivy Liao has had some good results in the team event. Certainly a much closer match than the seedings would potentially indicate.
Yeah, as that gap exists, could put a little bit more pressure on Chai T to know she's expected to win, and it helps Ivy out a lot. She plays her level and kind of forces Jachi to pull hers down a little bit. That's going to be the way that she's going to have to win, because she can't lift herself up that far consistently. It's a pretty big gap. It's exactly the kind of points that Jachi wants to play. Those are kind of the dangerous kind of points for Ivy because it kind of, as JT gets some rhythm.
Yeah, I think with Jachi, it's a lot of simple things done really well. So the drop shots, the serve receive, she controls the ball exceptionally well.
And no question where she was putting that one. From a kind of troubling start to title up at 5. She baited her to open.
A nice fade on that first ball, but when you give that angle, you've got to expect it, in most cases, to come back at that wide angle. So,
and she didn't go back hard either. Just real nice touch. So Jaichi's step to where the ball location is incredibly crisp. And it allows her to either counter or just to block. And she's choosing to kind of half block and then look for the second ball to be more aggressive with, because it gets her the depth that she likes. Nice job by Ivy with the little shovel serve there, right into the middle of the forehand. But like you had said earlier, most of the people doing the shovel serve have a hard time doing anything with the topspin one. Excellent position.
quite a slow recovery off the back of that serve there for Lin. Ball came straight to her backhand.
Yeah. She didn't get trapped, and she was able to get the point.
Oh, nice shot. So Ivy Liao, 2 game points here in the first. Managed to keep herself very well composed.
Again, she shifted all the pressure back over to Chachi. Very well done with good placements.
Should take the first game.
Keeping the ball tight to the net, and the net jumped up and grabbed it.
So it was a good start for Ivy Liao in that first game. Thought Chachi was kind of settling a little bit and finding her stride, but Ivy Liao finishing strong.
Yeah, I mean, she kept the pressure on. A little bit of luck off the net on 2 occasions, and it's just enough to be disruptive. So both players are getting some animated inspiration from their coaches. One through smiles, one with hand gestures. let's see how this starts out, because the first game, Judge started off a little on her back foot. Very good placement from Jaichi, forcing Ivy way off her backhand corner.
She's just going to keep playing that control game.
Kind of like Jeremy yesterday. He played as hard as he needed to. And I think that would be good for Jaichi, is to stay in her own zone, you know, stay within her own rhythm. Excellent forehand flip.
So this time doesn't want a slow start in this game. She takes the early lead here, 4 points to 0. Right down the line shot there. Usually if you're the
handcuffed and
yeah,
did a nice job.
usually if you're the highest seeded player, if you come out and you lose the first game, the first thing in your mind is, I need to shut this person down. I don't want them to think they have any kind of possibility here to make an upset happen. That's what Chachi Lin's doing here.
Yeah, she's definitely imposing what's happening on her serve. The serve return has been on and off between passive and aggressive. So she's reacting a little bit late on those. I think she's not quite sure what the quality is going to be, so she's hesitating a little bit.
Good elbow placement from Ivy Liao.
And she closes the gap within one. Ooh. Nice twisting serve into the middle. Couldn't quite get enough room to do a forehand. Went to the backhand, and again, just right there. I've got handcuffed. That's hard because that ball's in the middle. Jaichi could go either direction, and you have to kind of pick one. And Jaichi's making the right decisions right now.
Nice serve and opening there from Ivy Liao. See, she stepped into the ball, but really good misdirection.
Jaichi almost pulled it off. Just caught the top edge of the racket. Such a good depth on Ivy's ball.
There's that consistent forehand from Lin.
Really good pacing on the racket speed. Gets a nice spin on the ball. Interesting. She uses the side spin to kind of hide the fact it has no underspin.
Quick hands from both players. Lin trying to look for some more space to play a bigger shot there.
Ivy's tempo ate up that spacing pretty quick. risky topspin serve. Just nice quick loop off the bounce. And 4 game points for Judge Elin.
She'll take the first one. Tie things up at 1 game each. Kind of a mirror image of the first game, but the opposite way around. Saw Jiaqi take a really commanding early lead. Ivy Lau fighting back to tie things up, but then Lin pulling away to take the game.
And it wasn't with like a bunch of dynamic things. It was just like steady, steady.
Yeah.
You know, that python kind of pressure, just slowly tightening.
The constrictor. Yeah, just very technically sound. I think her confidence, the confidence in her game is knowing that she can execute things really well. It's not going after big shots or playing anything fancy. It's kind of a no frills, but really great execution. Reliability. So game 3, it's best of 5 matches. Pretty important here, this 3rd game.
Yeah, it's critical that Ivy kind of keeps the pressure on.
A little bit more snap in that forehand.
I think this is where Jiaqi, like you said, wants to come out and dash those hopes and dreams.
Seems like she might step up the offensive a little bit more.
She just is not having much luck with that net.
No.
I mean, that's like the 3rd ball where she hit a quality shot that just creased the top and kicks that out.
It's not fair, really, is it? I mean, I feel like the more rotation you have on the ball and the better quality your shot is.
Once it hits a net,
it's always the junk shots that go over on the net.
Slip, slide, and crawl over.
Yeah. Now still doing a great job of mixing up the placement.
And then she cut the top edge of the racket on that backhand.
That's a great string of shots from Ivy Lau.
Yeah, she kept pushing Jiaqi back into the backhand corner, and then she got a pivot and went wide.
Fist bump there.
The net cam. Wow, that was a great deceptive change of position. Came in with the forehand like she was going back to the middle, and then took the ball to the backhand side with the forehand. Lots of dexterity. Again, this is Ivy putting pressure on Jiaqi to maintain her level. There she showed the skill set of very high spin. She's been speedy, but this time she went really spinny with that backhand opening. You're so used to seeing the fast punching, and all of a sudden the ball's totally just spin.
There's that inside-out forehand. Shot
I
with
really like her form on her backhand too. She gets such good racket position on the big opening on the backhand, and just turns her shoulders through very well. A lot of players just try to use their arm on that. She actually points her right shoulder at her target and then twists the whole way through. Very, very good. Ivy trying to maintain that pressure.
And typically throughout this match and throughout almost all of her matches this tournament, very, very consistent on the first opening. Yeah, you see again, just good positioning.
Nice spin.
Very stable, yeah.
Nice focus.
Nets, yeah, 2 nets saved. As you said, again, really steady on that backhand side. Great
Excellent
adjustment.
focus.
Yeah, angle adjustment, timing adjustment.
And then found her favorite thing. Wow, nice kick on that serve. Wasn't really anything dramatic to see on the motion, but man, when it hit the table, it really kicked into Ivy. Couldn't control it. Two really critical points coming here for Ivy on serve. She can close that gap and maintain that pressure. It's the right shot. Need a little bit more rotation, but yeah, taking that forehand from that spot. Would not be too upset with that as a coach. Well within her skill set. Yeah, that's more of the pattern that she needs to play. That was a semi-high toss serve from Daichi, getting a little bit extra bite on the serve. No extra motion, but that falling energy really helping her create a little bit more spin and open that gap up to 3. Excellent spot. Super spinny into the middle of the body. Daichi gets herself 4 game points. It was a great flip, but Ivy's there to counter, and Daichi can't finish the ball.
A little bit of a break off the net. Then Jiaqi takes game number 3. She's found her stride. I think her biggest strength so far in these last 2 games has been kind of tempo regulation. So if Ivy's hitting the ball a little bit faster into the backhand side of Lynn, she's able to bring it back down to the pace that she wants to send it at.
Yeah. She can just roll through it, slow it down.
Slows it down a little. If Ivy plays slow, she can bring the pace up. So she's really the one dealing with a lot of different incoming pace variations, but always brings the ball back out and regulates to the level that she's comfortable playing at. So that's a It's a pretty strong skill to have, and you know, watching somebody play backhand rallies, sometimes for people who are newer to table tennis, it just looks like they're hitting the ball back and forth. That's kind of one of the things that are a hallmark of a higher level player is
that consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, the spin control and the placement, I mean, there's little variations in the placements. You know, it prevents your opponent from stepping around and getting the powerful forehand into play. And, you know, you'll see most of the professional women play very fast to the backhand. So that big forehand never comes into play. You think the Chinese play back into backhand because they're faster, but it's because everybody's afraid of the forehand side.
An uncharacteristic error there on that forehand opening. Ivy Liao takes first point.
Ivy needed to be patient on that. Got it rolled over into the backhand and she tried to finish it and she didn't need to. Oh, nice. Nice.
Wow.
It all started with the forehand because it gave her the space and the spin that she needed to pull off that inside out backhand.
The wrist action on that is really impressive.
Boom, there's the big spin.
Boink. What a
twisty
great finish.
She deadened it out too. It was fast, but it didn't really have much spin. Again, Judgy feeling a little bit of pressure, having to play from behind.
Just steady hands. Almost looks unfazed, even against all of that pressure from the outside.
Touch that.
Racket on the ball.
I'm good. Thanks. She didn't. Yeah. She knows Ivy's going to take windows of opportunity to take the first attack. And that was a good placement because it wasn't quite where she wanted it, but it was the type of ball she likes to open on, but just not the right space.
Wow. That steady hand again, but this time Ivy Liao with the great follow-up.
So she did a great job of dealing with the net ball, but Ivy was there for a nice finish. Oh, she went with the backhand inside out wide of the forehand again.
Starting to see some more opportunities down that forehand line.
Inside outside with the forehand into the backhand.
It's consistent and efficient.
Yeah. Kind of got Ivy into this blocking mode, but then did spin variation and position variation.
She's done such a good job throughout this match to retrieve net balls.
And I don't think one has really paid off yet. really turned the spin up without turning up the speed. There's nothing, no clear visual for Ivy to see how much spin was on that ball. I like that play. Medium underspin serve and then flip the return. Not too much. Guided that flip right around.
A little bit rushed on that backhand opening.
Yeah.
This is her strength, is opening that first ball, so she's got to make sure she gets that.
She actually served it long because she noticed how tight to the table she was. There she backed off a little. It paid off because she was able to get her hips pivoted out of the way to use the forehand. It's a really clean forehand opening.
That's exceptional.
Yeah, the way her wrist came through that ball, just really
Definitely didn't
cracking.
see that coming.
Yeah, she twisted the inside out on the first one, and then nice finish on the other side, to the other side.
It's very much point for point here on.
God, she's probably planning the next two serves right now. She wants to get these 2 points to be returning serve up 10-8. She got what she wanted and just overhit it a little. Little positional change. Let's see if she does something different with the serve.
Crunch time.
Yep, here's the pressure.
And you can see, even in these really high pressure situations, Jachi
Cool.
just stays, just very collected.
Does a nice job of changing not only the position but the depth. It was just a little bit of a depth change, and that's all it needed. Got the
Strong
middle
finish.
ball.
Great match from both players. Very solid showing from Ivy Liao. Certainly had her chances, particularly here in this fourth game.
Our players are entering court 2.
It's Jachi Lin that will head through to the quarterfinals of the Women's Championship Singles. We'll be back here in just a moment with a match that I'm pretty excited to see.
This is going to be the probably one of the bigger matches we've seen.
Yep. So it's the number 5 and number 9 seeds in the men's round of 16. It's Van Hu from UPenn against Eduardo Tomoike from Texas Wesleyan. Players are just getting ready for that match, so we'll be underway in a few minutes.
Coming right back.
All right, court 1 is walking out now. Another round of 16. Round of applause as they step out on the court. Best of 5. Our umpire is Richard Martin. From Penn Van Hue. From Texas Wesleyan, Eduardo Tomoike. Shake hands and get started. So this is best of 5. We do best of 7 starting at the semis.
I got one side is red, one side is blue. Who wants to call? Blue. Blue. It's red. Serve? He wants to serve. You want that side? 2 minutes.
And here we go to a potential barn burner.
I heard that one before, a barn burner.
You never heard that?
No.
You gotta get the cows out, man.
I like it though. Get the cows out. So, 2 pen holders. Left-handed Van Hoo from UPenn, the number 9 seed, taking on Eduardo Tomoike, Japanese pen holder, traditional, mostly traditional style.
Be interesting. I noticed that the lefties have been able to expose the backhand side in doubles, but we'll see if he can expose it in the singles also.
Well, I can tell you right now, the most decisive match I've seen so far in this tournament was Nikhil Kumar playing against Eduardo in the team semi-final yesterday. Nikhil winning 11-4, 11-1, 11-6, and just really shut things down.
Yeah, I mean, as a righty and a shake-hander, and I practice with a lot of lefties, I get a lot of balls to the backhand. And as a lefty, you know, if you have an opponent that has a weak backhand, what do? You're firing your forehand into the backhand.
Yeah, cross-court angle, more comfortable.
So we'll see if Van Hu can find that same kind of strategy in this game. But I will say that Eduardo's footwork is outstanding. He's so fast.
Yeah, and it's kind of a warning sign for you. If he's playing full table forehand, tactically you need to revisit your plans. But Van's looking a little bit unsettled out there so far. Hasn't really connected with anything too significant in his first 8 points. And Omoike looking
pretty comfortable.
Solid on the forehand, as usual. That's phenomenal stuff. Monkey forehand.
Big ribs. Oh, what a throw.
That's an interesting choice there. You see the backhand wide open, but comes all the way around to play that opposite forehand angle.
So you would have used your backhand there to get up that line?
I mean, he could have stepped around. I was just surprised he went to the forehand.
May have been a comfort level thing too. Early in the first game, just needs to get some of those nerves out of the way.
Yeah. See, he started to play a little bit more short to the forehand. This is a good start for him for these points. Drop to the forehand, get Eduardo away from his backhand corner first.
Still see the black tape from the rapid repair that they did during the one match for Eduardo. Well measured counter topspin.
Putting the pressure on, even from his backhand side.
That was a nice punch. Maybe he learned a lesson against Nikhil when he plays the backhand.
Plenty of lessons to be learnt from that match. Don't think that was one of them.
I think he kind of tossed it up like he lost it, kind of in the toss. Yeah, a little too slow to that strong of a forehand. Eduardo had a lot of time to get in position for it.
Going for the traditional hand-hold backhand loop.
Which I've seen exactly 0 times ever.
Well, he didn't make contact, so that record shall
Still.
continue.
I mean, that was the really good placement.
And big opportunity there, missed. Eduardo Tomoike from Texas Wesleyan, number 5 seed.
Yeah, it was all started from the beginning. He got out such a good lead, and Van Hoa is just kind of, it's almost like he's still kind of feeling his way into the match. You know, testing things and not confident at times to attack flatter. You know, he's trying to make sure he's like loop driving almost every ball. And like that ball there was over the table, and I would think that you would have wanted to flatten that out a little bit. You know, come in the same height as the ball. And he tried to come up the back of it, which kind of hard when the table's in the way. We'll see what the adjustment is here. It's going to be interesting. I mean, Eduardo kind of did exactly everything he needed to do, and you know, was able to impose his will into that game. And there you see a very odd backhand from way in the forehand corner for a pen holder, anyway.
A good assertive start. I think definitely you need to see Van Hoo being much more aggressive,
Like the
much
first
more
2
forward.
points.
Yeah, he's got to be forward and
Driving that ball into that backhand corner. Yeah, he looks much more composed right now. Like he took his notes in the first game, quickly put together a game plan, and is executing that and getting a 3-point lead right off the gate.
it's a great connection between those two forehands. This is the Van Hoo that has earned the 9th seeding in this men's singles championship bracket. Taking a little bit more risk.
I don't know what the shadow practice was trying to reinforce or dissuade, but a little upset with himself on that backhand. Like he tried to use too much side spin. Eduardo's going to be a little more comfortable, only being down 2. He's definitely had the opportunities, Van. He's just got to get him on the table.
Yeah, that kind of early burst of momentum has died off a little faster than I thought it might. And Tomoike ties things back up here.
Nice control. Put that ball right so it was positioned. It was to. You had to contact it right where the corner of the table was. Nice decision by Eduardo. If he would have went middle or forehand, I think Van would have been able to counter loop that. But by going basically straight up the line, took that all out of the equation.
Yeah, and Van's forehand when he backs off the table has a lot of hook on it. Be pretty difficult to deal with. The ball in from a visitor from table 2. There was that first hook, but Tomoike didn't seem to have too much trouble with it. Look at that play. So light on his feet.
Still bouncing around after the point. He's laughing at himself. Christmas present, bow wrapped on it.
Yeah. Delivered straight to the door.
And the dog got there first.
Yeah, the dog ate my homework. So Tomoike with the serve. 2 points in the lead here.
It's a great return, but Tomoike really put the ball in a great spot. Difficult ball to open. Just had enough to get it.
Heavy topspin on that.
You could see he put his push back down after he touched it. He was like, wow.
That kind of
Down on that ball.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get your wrist over and control a ball with that much topspin. Right down the middle of the table.
It's there so fast, it's hard to get spacing. Wow.
I was just about to say the pickup off that half long ball was really good, but Van Hu puts it away.
It's the first time we've seen him really release that reverse pinhole backhand.
That serve return is definitely not going to cut it.
This is critical right here. You know, he's got to come up with a solid plan to get back to deuce. You know, being down 2 right here, you know, one mistake, and now he's down 2 games. So, service game has definitely got to be turned up a notch or 2.
Serve was a little bit wider than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I expected it to be tighter into the center line, so the table gets in the way a bit. The way it ended up, you know, Eduardo was able to have a pretty much a clear swing straight through to the ball.
So far it looks like Eduardo Tomoike from Texas Wesleyan is riding at the helm here.
Yeah, he's definitely showing why he's the number 5 overall seed. And not that Van Hu at 9 is really performing lackluster. It's just that Eduardo's just a step and a half above or ahead at every point there. He's just catching up, going ahead, and staying there, keeping the gaps, forcing the issue. Let's see what changes here.
Yeah, I think we saw a kind of a flash of the Van Hu that we expect to see in this match at the beginning of the last game. Came out much more assertive, more aggressive, much more confident, but it just disappeared so quickly.
Yeah, it was really aggressive in that second game on the first 2 serve receives, and then played extremely good on his own opportunities.
Goes for the long fast serve, sends it long.
Yeah, he was there though. It'd been interesting to see what the follow-up from Eduardo would have been. There's a little power control.
There's that traditional handhold backhand loop opening.
Yeah, but he opened it to the wrong spot.
It's pretty hard to get power on that unless you're driving through it, and
Yeah.
just a little bit too slow as well.
Ball kicked a ton on the block. Again, you have to really get on top of that. Van was definitely, when he opens with that forehand, getting the benefit of the hurricane on the forehand side. That extra spin rotation from the Chinese rubber.
And you can see Hu pushing Moike more into that backhand corner. Just trying to lock him up more.
Yeah, he definitely jammed him really hard there. It's when he's not quite decisive and he goes half that Eduardo's able to take advantage. I think the level's close enough that those slight little windows open up that Eduardo can take advantage.
Certainly finding some more success from playing deep to the backhand more.
Even there, he was ready with that forehand if it would have hit. Nice full swing rotation through with the reverse backhand. What a proper reaction. But he knows what's going to happen. When he serves that to that spot, he knows he's going to get that ball to the backhand, and he's just waiting there with that punch block. See how relaxed Van Hu is here on the serves with a comfortable lead, but maybe a little too relaxed. Trying to keep that tight.
And just puts it away.
Yeah,
Full
it
throttle.
made it look really easy. I mean, just the ball had a ton on it, and he just don't care. But again, six game points here. Woo! Nice step. He went straight up the line that time. He had been going back into the body, and that time he just went. Eduardo went straight wide up the line.
Nice replay on that one too.
Oh, what a trick. He came in and twisted that push, but he twisted it just a little bit too much. I think if that would have landed, he would have had an outright point winner. So 2 saved, 4 to go. He's taking the timeout because he definitely wants to seal the deal. It's a must-win game, and the least number of points that's required to do that. I think Van Wa's definitely wanting to do that, and Eduardo's being like, "Hey, you're doing what you need. Come on, let's go." Be interesting what the strategy changes here on the service side are.
Yeah, I think we've definitely seen Van Hoo playing much more into the backhand deep and a little bit short to the forehand. I feel like in the beginning he was focusing a lot more on the short forehand side.
But it wasn't short and wide. It was mainly just short. And, you know, with the advantage, you know, maybe he's just afraid of him getting there and making something spinny happen.
He just keeps catching Tamuike, and I think that step around forehand for him is kind of a staple. But he struggled with it a lot in that third game. So Van Hoo, the number 9 seed from UPenn,
gets on the board,
keeps alive. He's ready to fight for another game here in this men's singles round of 16.
He did a great job of getting to 10. And then from there, he kind of had a lot of question marks in his head of what he wanted to do. Just couldn't quite make that clean decision and execute. But, you know, Eduardo had a lot to do with that. He was, you know, putting a lot of pressure back on them. Empire gets prepared. Challenge up the line serve.
Short to the backhand this time. Again, another forehand attacking opportunity missed by Van Hoo.
He's been having a lot of, I don't know if it's timing issues or what's causing those misses.
Few too many opportunities lost, that's for sure.
It's funny because he's not a blocker, but You kind of intentionally let Eduardo open. If you serve that long, you know what's going to happen.
That's not coming back.
No.
Maybe in a coffin.
Yeah. Let me out. Yeah, it was excellent footwork. He's not going to mess that up. It's twice he's done that drop, and twice Eduardo's put it off the end of the table.
Eduardo's kind of almost trying to preempt the first opening. You could see him just in the very early stages of trying to prepare to loop the ball. Takes that movement back a little to give himself space. This time opts to use the backhand and control a little more. Some good ideas still coming in here, but execution's just not quite there.
Yeah, he's going to tighten it up right now, being down by 4 and having to return serve.
Nope. That's one serve he won't have to return. I thought he was going to go in for a big forehand flick there. I think that I have a sneaking suspicion Van Hoo might have felt the same.
Yeah, he's laughing a lot at, like, okay, you got me again.
I feel like he's just missing a lot of opportunities, and instead of getting flustered, he's kind of, it's one of those kind of disbelief laughs of, I'm really still missing these. Yeah, I mean, a ball like that, you'd expect him to
really turn it.
Expect him to be able to at least move on that, and
yeah, he's kind of standing there. No, he's kind of just like resigning himself to, like, not putting too much effort in. Maybe a slight injury, just kind of not feeling like himself.
Maybe fatigue. I don't really know specifically what his background is, but you never know. Might not have played any tournaments for a while. I know the UPenn guys are pretty tired after the team event and then after their run in the doubles. Tomoike, big forehand, 5 match points. The number 5 seed here, vying for his spot in the quarterfinals. And he'll take his place there. 3-1 win over Van Hoo from UPenn.
Kind of expected that to be a 5-gamer.
Guess for all the Penhold fans out there, the good news from this matchup is that at least one pen holder is going through to the next round. It will be the J-Pen player from Texas Wesleyan.
As half the stands now clear out as the Texas Wesleyan player is finished.
So we have a bunch of singles matches coming up. Round of 16s, quarterfinals of the women's. Well, actually, we're moving on to the quarterfinals for the men's as well. So it's down to the last 8 here in Round Rock. And
it's only noon.
Yeah. We'll get there. The finals beckon for all of these players. We'll be back in just a moment. The next match is the women's singles quarterfinal between the number 4 and 5 seeds, Jiaqi Lin and Angie Tan.
Quite an interesting matchup coming up. Straight from Round Rock, Texas, the 2023 College National Championships.
So, black, red. What to choose? Black or red? Black? Right. See the side. Okay? Side. Ladies, you have 2 minutes. Go.
So here we are on the quarterfinals of the Women's Championship singles. And you have Angie Tan from UCLA against Jiaqi Lin. Jiaqi being the 4 seed and Angie Tan being the 5 seed. So players are rapidly getting warmed up, and as you can see, they both are very comfortable with this speed on the backhand.
Quarterfinals women's championship singles starting on table 1 with Angie Tan from UCLA and Jiaqi Lin from Texas Wesleyan.
I just said that.
Table 2 will start momentarily.
You've been replaced, Roger.
Yeah, thanks to Ed Hogshead.
The commentary's going public into the arena.
Yeah. Ed Hogshead, or I guess he would be technical services director. Kind of helps with all the setup and operations of the event. Big thanks to him for volunteering his time and a lot of energy, because this is no simple task If you saw the volunteer photograph, we filled the whole bleachers up, and a lot of people coming here on their vacation time. Some people working through the time. And here we go.
This is
Nice
going to be an
touch.
interesting style matchup for anyone who was watching the previous round that Jiaqi played. Very steady, stable, reliable. Angie Tan is kind of a
Finisher.
a firecracker, like lots of short, sometimes sporadic, but very, very rapid attacking shots.
Yeah, that was a nice open just to get punched back off the backhand side. Yeah, I think it's imperative to Jiaqi to keep the ball on the right hip of Angie, not letting it get drifted over to that middle backhand, because she's been pretty consistent with that backhand opening there. She missed it, but she's been really good with that the whole weekend.
I think one of the benefits for Jiaqi here is, you know, in the previous match we saw her play with Ivy Lau. Ivy was pretty steady. She didn't play anything too fast. Angie's going to give Jiaqi a lot more pace by comparison.
Yeah, and it's easy to play aggressive when the incoming ball really grabs into your racket.
Yeah, especially if you're a player that focuses on countering more, which Jiaqi kind of is, rather than generating all your own power. But then you also run the risk of something like that happening. And Angie Tan is probably one of the bigger hitters in the women's draw here.
Interesting, she stands right on the center line. Almost telling you that she's going to return serve with the backhand.
Gets quite a lot of tightness, grip tightness on the racket with the backhand on contact. I think that slow pace ball is, you know, it's the same. Angie's looking for some pace to be able to work with as well. Jiaqi Lin's good at keeping the ball low but slowing the pace down at the same time. So
There she wasn't really dynamic, but it had a lot more spin than.
of course, Angie having a pretty pretty intense round of 16 to get here. Again, Jiaqi recovering 2 net balls, just very steady, but not able to finish. Yeah, Angie was over on table 2 not too long ago, 2-0 down against Jia Lu. Came back to win in 5. A lot of backhand courage. You can see the difference between how they deal with the net ball. Angie tightening up through the contact, trying to play power. She doesn't want to lose that momentum.
Yeah, Jiaqi just touches the ball, using whatever energy is left to get it back.
Quick nod there from Angie Tan, acknowledging the need to get that ball toss a little bit higher on the serve. Snaps through the forehand.
As you said, quite the firecracker there. Big backhand open, followed by this nice flat finish.
And steps all the way across on the backhand.
Yeah, I don't understand that one quite so much, because she was in a good position to just pivot on the forehand. Like extra work there. Now Jiaqi with 4 points difference there.
4 game points.
Yeah, nice power off the bounce. Gave Angie no space to recover. Ooh, nerve. The nerve serve.
Quick hands.
Yeah, Angie, I thought she would have spun that in the second one. She just tried to get up on top of it. She was just a little late. It's an interesting strategy that she has. Is she'll get that top spin, that first top spin, and then look to counter or flat kill the next ball.
Yeah, yeah, and usually once she starts committing to playing the flat drives, she'll continue with that pattern. Lynn from Texas Wesleyan looking pretty good here in the first game.
I think Angie's got a lot of adjustments to make, whereas Chachi just needs to keep focus and keep hitting her spots. I mean, she did a very good job on the service game, creating the opportunities to be the first attacker, and that's where she wants to be. Nice choice on the serve. She hadn't really served her anything that heavy. Nice 7th ball attack.
You're right. New book
Well
about
planned.
that one.
Actually, good adjustments. Yeah.
And again,
Overeager.
really stepping all the way across the table to play backhand against a slightly higher ball. Her strength is usually in hitting a bit flatter on the forehand. You'd think she would take those chances with the forehand, but
That's a nice backhand open. Nice and wide to Chachi's back forehand. Ooh. It's a racket breaker right there. Very difficult.
nice solid opening. Very steady on the backhand openings. Just needs to connect the next shots a little better.
Yeah, like you said, you know, the players really who are at the next level have that opening and then connect the next 3 shots together somehow.
And this time that step across onto the forehand side to play backhand works in her favor.
Yeah, I was able to stretch the table out and redirect everything back to her backhand.
Absolutely puts that ball away.
As you said, she once she starts swinging flat, that's a definite point finisher for her.
And I think that's probably the most out of position that we've seen Lynn so far in this match.
It was a great change on the serve, and she had been serving primarily to the middle of the backhand court, that wider to the backhand court.
That is crazy reflex there.
Quick reflex block off a really good opening. Nice push, step around, loop, and quick block.
Her racket was there so fast. This time, Jia Qilin going on the attack. We've seen it a small handful of times this match. You can always hear the difference.
Yeah, in her
kind of
ball.
snap
Yeah.
through the contact.
And when she decides to get that opening loop in, it really is a changer in the in that point.
Mm.
Angie got trapped with her footwork. She wanted to hit hard, but she had her feet in the wrong spot. Couldn't quite get all the power through the ball.
Good work by Angie Tan with the placement.
They're really widening the court after that.
Look at that. You can just see every single shot that Lin played was out of position.
Yep, two steps.
Bit of an unforced error there on that second forehand.
So I did see Angie put her hand up like she hit maybe off the edge for racket. Oh,
Kind of a reactive chop.
yeah. Well, Jackie had to go back within one. So you're moving back over to that forehand position. See where she serves this one.
Great setup there.
It's like she wants to be using that energy of movement.
I mean, from the very start, you could see her change her service position, create the angle for the serve. She had a pretty clear idea of how that ball was going to come back.
Right. And where she needed to be. And how much, you know, she was gliding over there and was set and ready by the time the ball got there.
Decisive point there. It's the second game point for Jia Qilin.
So Angie's actually able to change the tempo a lot, but it didn't pay off quite there.
Yeah, I think Angie gets stuck, and this last point was a perfect example. She gets stuck into these almost single tempo rallies. And, you know, I talked about in the last match that Jia played with Ivy Liao, she's able to regulate tempo very well.
Right.
Whether you play fast or slow, and you can see Angie speeding the ball up, slowing the ball down, but Jia just brings it back to that same pace. So the rally always looks like it's moving at the same speed.
Which benefits Jia.
So 2-0 for Lin. She kind of escaped that one. I felt Angie had put herself in a pretty reasonable position there in the end part of that game, but not able to capitalize on that position.
I just don't understand. Angie opens, but then she doesn't stay on the offense there. She got a nice forehand in. One step, she could have been hitting a second forehand, but she chose to stop and use the backhand. She did win the point, but it seemed like she was, you know, giving up her advantage that she created. Well, she kept on track, getting both points on her own serve. Let's see if Jai-Chi can have the same success rate.
Great snap through that backhand.
Yeah, we just did not get into that even-paced ball right there. She definitely accelerated it.
Interesting to see this game whether Angie can figure some stuff out. Remember, last round she came back from 2-0 down. Can she do it again? She's already taken a 4-point lead here in the third. I think she learned a lot of things that have been useful through the second game, even though Lynn was able to take it.
Wow, she was not prepared for that wide angle. Shoulders never turned, hips never opened. That's a variation that you were talking about with Jai-Chi being able to change that tempo when she wants to. There, she shortened that ball up dramatically. Getting Angie to kind of reach for it.
Great angle work.
Got that ball a little bit up higher. Really able to set and turn her body into that ball.
That is just the contact on that ball.
And she got what she wanted from the spin.
Yeah, just unrelenting pressure there from Jia-Chi Lin.
She keeps just putting that ball right on the hip. Makes it really tough for Angie to have a second ball. Feels like she's trapped and she just kind of slaps through it instead of, you know, using a little bit more, taking a little later.
Big no spin serve, push receive. Bit of a misread there from Lin.
Yeah, you can see she gets a little flustered with herself, but otherwise kind of shakes her head and moves on to the next point. Nice angle. Instead of staying in that middle zone, Jai-Chi goes out wide to the backhand, really stretches Angie out.
Again, another great example of that contact power that Angie Tan can get, all from the tightening of the thumb and fingers on contact.
Surprised she didn't go back cross court, Judgy.
So Angie Tan with a small lead here. She hasn't been able to extend it.
She started out with
holding
4.
it.
Yeah.
She got good placement there, Lynn. Having Angie opening up from that elbow position. Being overextended on the next ball. 4 game points for Angie Tan. Trying to dig herself out of this 2-game deficit again.
It's a long way to go.
Puts
That
it
was
over
the
the end.
right thing.
A little off balance though. Just to the kind of tilted to the left there to make space. Angie Tan
Gets on board.
She wants that comeback again.
Yeah.
2-0 clearly doesn't scare her at all.
No, maybe she's more comfortable being the chaser and doesn't like, being the leader. Some people don't like to run out front, until the very end.
And also some players take quite a while to develop their ideas about how to win points. So we've definitely seen her improve bit by bit as the game's
she's
gone on.
really putting all of her cards on her backhand. And some good service changes from Jaichi will kind of negate that, forcing that first ball to come from the forehand side. Serving more to the short forehand or, using a backhand serve to the forehand side. Because, letting Angie just stand there and pick and choose which ball she opens with her backhand is not a great idea. But we've seen her come the whole way across the table and use her backhand. Moved her over with the short serve and then went to the backhand. Jacky's more comfortable with that much spin. I think Angie wants to keep that ball flatter, more driven. And when it gets spinnier, I think Jacky's able to use that spin more to her advantage. Longest rally of the day. Well, in this match.
It's going to force a timeout straight away. 3-point run for Jia-Chi Lin. And you can see even when Angie's driving through the ball more, Jia-Chi's still holding pretty steady. You don't really see her get flustered or tight during rallies. She just stays very, very relaxed.
coming out of the timeout. We'll see what NCTTA comes up with on the serve.
Definitely looking for some answers. Takes the full timeout.
Yeah, and
Down
the
to
slow
last
walk
second.
back.
Yep.
I know there's been times when I've taken the timeout, went over, took a little drink, said 5 or 6 things to whoever was coaching me, and then jogged back, and the other player was not refocused. Gets on board with the help of the timeout. She's mad at herself.
Well, an effective timeout from Angie Tan.
She not only won the point on her serve, but then won the preceding 2 points from Jai Chi.
Two unbelievably good forehand drives from Angie Tan.
Strong forehand loops from Jai Chi get countered with just a flat
She
ball.
just put that away like crazy, both of them.
And the amazing thing is she recovered well after such a long stroke.
Angie Tan really trying to put the pressure on here. Straight off the serve. This time it's Lynn that ties things up.
Yeah, I was surprised. She's been pretty steady with that backhand opening, just catching the top edge of her racket that time. Probably a little bit more jump on the serve than what she had anticipated.
Just like that, that timeout advantage seems to have diminished a little.
That was a great series of drops. Right in the middle of the table. She had full control of where she wanted to go with the ball.
Some movement in the scoreline here. Chachi Lin pulling ahead. Trying to slow that down again, but clips the net cord.
Kind of like the reinforcement that Jai Chi gave herself right there, even though she missed that ball. It was like, okay, go on that shot.
Angie Tan doing a lot of work in these points. You really pay attention to her footwork. There's just a lot of quick, small steps.
Yeah, her legs push a lot. Wow. What a good inside-out backhand.
Still surprises me how well Jachi returns those flat drives. But Angie really does a good job of moving her off balance and moving her around the table.
Well, there's your tempo control. Not only did she control the tempo, she controlled where the spin went.
Big point for Jachi Lin.
Yeah, she slowed it down and spun it in. And it really limited what Angie could do with that ball. Fans all over the gym wanting to get involved.
No better time for it. Angie Tan's not done.
Well, she's playing her game right now.
And she finishes it. Great match between two great women's players, the 4 and 5 seeds. Jachi Lin, the 4. She will advance into the semi-final with a 3-1, very tightly contested battle here on table 1 in the women's singles quarterfinal. Just reliable, steady play at the end of the day. A little bit too hard to push through for Angie Tan. Played some really exceptional points though.
Yeah, she just, she's able to do the spin variation at the same tempo. You can't tell that it's any different than the one before that was flatter. All of a sudden it just has a little bit more kick on it. And that's, you know, the difference in the two. I think that Angie's got way faster. When it got into the fast stuff, she was much more comfortable. So we're about to change over from the women's championship singles to the men's championship singles here at the 2023 College National Championships in Round Rock, Texas. Quick shout out to our sponsors, DHS. If you notice the lighted center court table, compliments. And our guys over at who jumped on board this year, Major League Table Tennis, which are going to be providing some unique opportunities to expand the options for professional players in the U.S. Pong Space, which is for us regular people. You can go there and find a table, find a coach, find some tips. And, of course, the Convention and Visitors Bureau of Round Rock, who helped us get into the Round Rock Sports Center. Really appreciate their help. They've been on call. The staff here at the center is super responsible for all of our requests, and they've done a great job. So we're starting shortly here back on court number 1.
side, blue. Who wants the call? Okay. I'll do blue. That's fine. Oh, blue it is. Sorry about that. Receive. He's the one who wants to receive. You want this side? Ready? 2 minutes. Lucasito against Jeremy and heads on. Lucas serve. Love all.
All right, straight into the action here. Quarterfinals. It's Jeremy Hazen from NYU, Canadian national champion, taking on Lucas Ito from Texas Wesleyan, who upset Kai Zarabin in a very, very close match in the last round. I think it was 15-13 in the fifth. The 19 seed showing up here in the quarterfinal. It's going to be a tough match for him. Jeremy Hazen, very experienced, both domestically and internationally. Very steady. And I think it's going to be a big factor in this match, is that Jeremy, tactically and in terms of touch and control, I think he will be able to stay on top of things. You know, where we saw Kai Zarabin really trying to go for more power, I think Jeremy will take a much steadier approach, especially in the early parts of the point.
Yeah, he has so much touch and spin control that he can deal with the chop ball. A lot more variations.
And of course, being left-handed, he's got that advantage of having the cross-court angle, a little bit more safety for him going into the backhand side.
Yeah, it gets wider, faster from that side.
Really trying to kick that ball up. Not sure what he was trying to do with the last one. Couple of great forehands there, bit tight in the shoulder on the third.
Yeah, you can see the ball turn on those loops. It's crazy. There's the touch you were talking about. Just brush that ball back dead.
And just puts the ball away on that fourth.
Knew exactly what it was, knew exactly where it was going.
You can see him just inching in, just bit by bit, as the ball gets shallower, the return gets shallower and a little bit higher.
Yeah, because I think he, like on the fourth one, he kind of gives it like a half spin. So it really kind of, when it gets chopped back, it lands in the right depth, but also not quite as heavy, so he can drive it. Really
Slow pace,
fortunate.
just took his legs out from under him.
Really tough.
Take the game, 11 points to 4. Jeremy Hazen, the number 3 seed here in the men's singles. He's already locked in 2 gold medals this tournament, taking away on the first evening here the men's doubles championship with Mudit Danny, his NYU teammate, and then winning the 3rd co-ed team championship for NYU.
Again, having to pair up with Mudit Danny.
Yeah.
In the 5th position, which
Now-
is the doubles.
Now let's see if he can win a gold medal without Mudit. He's,
Well, he's still got his
on
coach
his
with
own.
him, so he's not alone.
So this is going to be a tough adjustment for Lucas Eto.
Yeah, because you don't know how much spin you're going to be getting from Jeremy at any one time.
Yeah, and Jeremy is a higher caliber player, and he's very stable. And that's where I was about to go, is, you know, when you get somebody lulled into those steady, like heavy topspin loops with quite a lot of height on them, I think Eto's going to have to look for some counter-attacking opportunities, but Hazen looking pretty flawless out here already on the attack. That's a great shot.
It's like Jeremy's like, how did that happen? Sarah Lucas wanted to change it up a little bit, play a little bit more offense, but the blocking skills, just outstanding.
Good movement across the table.
Go ahead! Let's go, Lucas! Come on! Quick!
Be interesting to have a microphone on Jeremy at times. See what he's telling himself, because you just can't quite tell. It always seems a little angry, but at the same time encouraging. Oh, nice job. Took a lot out of that ball, Jeremy did.
Ito going on the attack, but great job by Jeremy to push him back onto the defense.
Yeah, once he had him transition, the ball wasn't as strong, so he could finish it.
Certainly hitting some big forehands out there.
Yeah, and he's a defensive player, quote unquote.
Not in this match.
I think it's a strategy to make the points be extended, but I don't think it's a way that you're going to win very many. Yeah, Lucas almost did a good transition from defense to offense there. Just pulled up a little bit shy. Wow, tried to loop that straight up. Too much spin from Jeremy. Quick step around, and Jeremy's got himself 6 game points.
That is textbook. And that's really what he needs to have been doing consistently throughout this. I mean, I think he's hit some of his best forehands of the tournament so far. Just
full on commitment though. I mean,
why defend?
He has to.
Why defend? I mean, if he can do that, he should just try and do that every point.
I mean, just put something soft on the backhand side. Just block on the backhand side.
But Hazen's
Start
got
with
an
the
answer of his
forehand.
own. 11-6, Jeremy Hazen, 2-0. Still playing best of 5 here in this men's singles quarterfinal.
Yeah, Jeremy's very relaxed. I mean, the tempo doesn't, the spin doesn't really bother him because he has enough time. And he has such good vision on what the ball's doing and what his options are, because he moves his feet as the ball's coming. He's set and ready to do whatever he chooses to. I know that I would get absolutely beat up by Lucas Heto. That style would drive me insane.
I'm the opposite.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the long pips. It's not the long pips.
Love
It's
that
that
stuff.
forehand.
I would.
The random forehand out of nowhere. Because I have a really high-level chopper at my club. And so the chopping part wouldn't bother me, but my chopper is a chopper. His forehand is like a flat kill, and that's it. There's no loop. The option of the loop.
Bit of a big shoulder swing there from Eto. Just trying to pump himself up. Hazen not showing any signs of slowing down or changing his strategy.
I think it's interesting you've seen the twiddle to return the serve. Super aggressive on the serves.
And Jeremy just does a really good job of controlling the mid-level attacking game of Eto. So he knows that if he wants to attack and win points, he has to be looking for that perfect opportunity to really hit the ball with some more power. Speaking of which, from the other side.
That's a clean chop and just a great follow through. Jeremy went for it twice. Luca's just releasing some bombs there on the forehand side.
Hazen putting it over the end. He's not happy with that.
He wasn't happy with the last 2 points. Taking one out the end and then giving Lucas a ball he could absolutely rip on the forehand like that.
But a positive reinforcement, very important for a player like Jeremy after a couple of frustrating points for him.
Wow, it was a big risky step around from Lucas, but the ball was kind of in that spot where he's good with that spot.
Nice wide angle serve there from Jeremy.
Good hand pressure change. Changed how spinny the ball was.
That is a costly missed serve. And Jeremy Hazen will finish it. 3-0. Really textbook play from Jeremy Hazen.
Yeah,
Lots of variation against the defense.
Yeah, there was a few times in that game where, Lucas went on the all-out forehand, then was winning some points with it, and Jeremy kind of took that option away by just changing where the placements were.
Yeah.
As somebody who doesn't play offense full-time, mixing it up, it really hurt his chances to win those points because just super tough.
Well, we're moving up around here into the next one. Okay, Ed. You don't get all up in my business.
He's our thunder
I'm going to
stealer.
skip on. He's going to be on table 2. We're on table 1. It's going to be the top seed, Amy Wong from UCLA, against Chachi Lin from Texas Wesleyan.
She's been featured here already today, so
a couple of times, yeah.
Get to see Chachi Lin back here shortly.